Okay, let us start. Yeah, welcome to all my dear professors, research scholars, students, and corporate friends, scientists. So once again, welcome to all. On behalf of organizing secretary and the principal investigator of a program, skill development course, advances in data-driven statistical application and computation techniques. The under the project is collaborated with Skill Development Center in M.H.D. RUSA. The supported financial support from Government of India and the Government of Tamil Nadu. Today is fourth day of program. Last week, 12th February, started this program. Right now is today the fourth day. So today is the special lecture given from Mr. Sanjay Nirmal from alumni of IIT Delhi, B.Tech, Mechanical Engineering, 2016. Sanjay, 2016?
Yeah, 16.
Oh, thank you. Okay, he is very energetic person, Sanjay. And also next, another persons, Mr. Ashish Magar, lead data scientist, heavy technology research and development wing, Bangalore. The lot of projects both are is corporate function and also confidential work. So very I thanks to accepting my invitation immediately, both us, Sanjay Nirmal and Ashish Magar. Thank you. Thank you for my accepting invitation. Right now, the handout sessions to Sanjay Nirmal. The latest update, any program is there, they explain to himself. Sanjay?
Yes, yes. Thanks, sir, for inviting us. In fact, it's a privilege for us to showcase our ideas and give a broad walk to all the students. So first of all, I'd like to thank Bharathiar University and the government of Tamil Nadu and government of India for organizing such a great event and also for inviting me. So first, I would like to give a brief intro about myself, my work areas. So as Professor already mentioned, I did my B.Tech from IIT Delhi in the year 2016. After that, I worked for an algo trading firm. And currently, I'm working with Huawei Technologies Research and Development India team, where we are focusing on the ADDSACT technology. So today's session, I will be showcasing my experience of algo trading, how machine learning can be applied in trading, and why should it be applied? What are the advantages? What are the various ways in which we can apply? So this would be the broad context. I will take the presentation very slow and would explain all the tiny details. But if in case some things are not clear, then we can have a question answer session in the end. And the focus would be on the application aspect of machine learning. So let me move to the next slide. Yes. I would first start with what is algorithmic trading. So algorithmic trading is also known as automated trading, and there are other names to it. What it does is it actually replaces the human trader. So what happens is we have exchanges in India and everywhere in the world. In India, we have National Stock Exchange and Bombay Stock Exchange, the oldest one. There, the companies are listed, and we can buy and sell stocks of the company. So we aim to buy a stock of a company at a low price and wish to sell it at a higher price and gain the profit by selling it a higher price. So that is what is the intent of everybody. So that is same for everybody, like for say retail investors for sophisticated AI based hedge funds, that is the objective is the same. But when more people are chasing the same objective, then it becomes chaos. So there the edge now lies with the person who can actually scientifically model the markets and then benefit from the moves. So so what happens in typical strategies? The strategy is what it's like algorithm, just like we code. So before coding, we have algorithm set of instructions, and those instructions are derived by our thoughts, our logical thinking, analytical process. So those things we code, and that code executes on the exchange, and it actually buys and sells stocks. It could be other things also, like foreign exchange markets where currencies are bought and sold, and so on. And apart from this profit making thing, there are other things in which algo trading can assist, and that is which is mentioned in this slide, is the emotional human impact. So what happens is, we all human beings are emotional. We get tired, we got emotionally aroused, we may get happy, we may get sad, and those emotions actually affect the way in which we execute our decision. So it is the emotional part that has an influence on our decisional part. That thing has to be kept separate, and which is impossible for humans to do. So in that way, when we use an algorithm to trade, a machine to trade, so machine is emotionless. So we can actually get the maximum out of any strategy. There are some other names by which it is known, like quantitative trading, high frequency trading, automatic trading. I'll be explaining high frequency trading in a separate slide, because this has become one of the most popular in the recent decade. Uh, so here we start. So first question, which will come to almost all of the people who are attending, or who may or may not have any background or experience with trading, is why algorithmic trading? Like, why are we talking about this? There are other things and other areas where machine learning is required. People are doing research. So here I will like to cover why is it important. If we look at the Indian financial markets, so more than 50% of the trades are algorithmically are executed by the machines, and more than 50% is a very big amount. If you take the daily turnover of Indian exchanges, it would be in lakhs of crores of rupees. So 50% is a very big chunk. Uh, the global forex markets. So what happens is, the currency market, that is the Indian rupee, US dollar, euro, and other currencies. So these markets, they run uh, 5 days a week and non-stop 24 hours, because every time of any time of the day, some country there is morning, some country there is evening, at some country some activity is going on, and they have to every time exchange the currencies. So global forex market is a very big market, and that is 90% traded using algorithms. If we take the US financial markets, 90% of the trading there is done by algorithms. So this is a mammoth industry with lots of people, PhDs, and uh, research fellows into it. It's very important for us as a ML practitioner, or as a student, or for anybody who's aspiring to take up any job in the finance or in the trading firm. Uh, so is my speed good, or should I go slow, or any comment about that?
Carry on yourself,
Sure.
your
Okay.
interest, Sanjay. No problem.
Sure. Sure. Okay. So here, before moving on to trading, I need to give some basics. Like trading is a part of investing. Not every investing is trading. So I would. So what happens is investing is a concept wherein we buy a asset. A asset could be a physical asset such as gold, silver, or a property or anything. It could be an antique also, or to digital assets like we have stocks, we have bonds, and so on. So we buy some asset and we, with the hopes of it to appreciate in value in the future. So this is called investing. This is a very simple old age concept. So now what happens is typically there are two ways of looking at things. When talking of investing, I am specifically talking of investing in stocks. So how can we invest? The first and the foremost and the primitive is the fundamental analysis. So what fundamental analysis does is we are not here concerned about the price of the stock. Here we are concerned about the value that the company might bring in future, the current value that it has today, and what are its business objectives, its visions. For example, I would like to quote Tata Motors. So Tata Motors stock, if you see for last 1 year, it has returned more than 250% or something. And in the last 2 weeks, there was a, a rumor that Elon Musk Tesla would be having a joint venture with Tata Motors electric vehicle. So these informations are fundamental in nature, and these would have impact on the price of the stock in the near term and also in the long term. So this way of analyzing any stock or a company, that is called fundamental analysis. So we have equity research and CAs doing valuations. We use capital asset pricing model, and it's a whole lot of detailed discipline altogether. The second thing is technical analysis. So what this technical analysis does is it assumes that all the information, all the events are actually described in the price. So it says if I will take into account only the price of the asset, that is the stock or bond or anything, I will take the price, and based on the price, I will take the decision. So for them, the only thing they look at is price. So now how they will be looking on is they might use some indicator, or they can use a 10-day moving average on a stock chart, or they can use a 50-day moving average. They can use other oscillators and fancy things available under the technical analysis regime. So that are the two ways of investing. And the third one, hybrid, that is combining both of these. So yes, that is possible, and that is because of machine learning. We can actually analyze the fundamental data. If you see this carefully, the fundamental data would be categorical in nature. It won't be a numeric value most of the times, because the data here could be a commentary, it could be a press release, it could be the growth forecast for the company. So so it would be categorical data. And for technical analysis, the data would be the price itself. So that would be purely numeric in nature. So after this, now there is another important thing which actually distinguishes us, distinguishes your strategy from investing. So whenever we put in money somewhere, the first thing we ask ourselves is for how much time can I hold this? and that is, in technical terms, it's called investment horizon. So I have taken this into binary, a very short form. So here we have long term. Long term, as we all know, it's more than a year. And if we want to bet on something for a longer period of time, then we mean that we are actually having belief in fundamentals. We are not worried about its short-term fluctuations. And this is long term is more of an investment. And if we see the short term, so short term is less than a year. It could be for a month, it could be for a day, and it could be even for milliseconds of time. And yes, it could be for milliseconds of time, and that is called HFT, high frequency trading. I'll be taking it in a separate slide. So trading here means that I want to profit from the short term price fluctuations and not really interested in holding the stock for a long time or holding the stock overnight. So this is the place where a lot of research goes on, and there is a scope for applying various machine learning techniques like time series and other things as well. So since I've given a brief background, uh, so there are already some benefits with algo trading. That's why it has been popular. And apart from being popular, it's almost a steep increasing curve. So why people use it is because of trade execution. As I told you before, if someone wants to buy shares worth 1 crore rupees, so individually executing the order could be not that fruitful because emotions come into picture. So best thing we can use is we can use an algorithm to do those things. And the other thing with algorithm is a single person can at a time look at one stock, five stocks, or at most 10 stocks. But a single algorithm which is well tuned and back tested can actually look at thousands of stocks and across multiple exchanges, and the scalability here rises exponentially. And the other thing is accuracy comes into picture, because when the algorithm quotes, so it would quote a price and we can have a slippage mentioned. So the fluctuations would be pretty less as compared to a human being executing those trades. So here I come to high frequency trading. So what high frequency trading is, it is actually a form of very short term trading, which could be of the order of milliseconds also, wherein an algorithm tries to provide liquidity in the market. So what I mean by liquidity is, uh, when we go into share market, forex market, or even crypto market, so in any exchange, we can see that the volumes are not all constant throughout the day. The volumes peak at certain times of the day, and then they are low, and they move on. It's a zigzag pattern. So now what happens is, if let's say I want to buy some heavy quantity of some asset and I go to exchange, so it could be a possibility that I could actually inflate the prices, because if there are only 10 orders currently placed and I put a 11th one with a very high volume, so that would actually create the other players knowing that somebody wants to buy a bigger quantity, and that could lead to more inefficiencies in the market. So to tackle this, people have come with innovative strategy, and one such is high frequency trading. So these high frequency trading are sophisticated trading algorithms which utilize speed. So what when I mean by speed Here, that is of the order of millisecond. And these high frequency trading companies, they have their servers located in the same building where the exchange has the server, so that the latency of communication between their system and the exchange system is almost minimal. Now what these guys do is they actually tell the exchange that we will help you to create to extend the trading activity. So they are buying and selling assets in a very short period of time, and they do this continuously over a minute, over an hour, and over the whole trading day. So they are actually buying small quantities in small numbers for a short period of time, and they continue doing this over and over the whole day. And at the end of the day, the trading volume at the exchange are actually dominated by these players, HFT. So this is what they do, and this is altogether a very uh, uh, different and detailed area. So this was just to give an idea. Uh, Now I'll give you a brief idea of type of companies, the type of institutions who used algo trading. So it's not that only the private companies who are into finance and trading they use algo trading. There are a lot other players also who actually do transactions on the exchange on a on a day-to-day basis, or if not on a day-to-day basis, whenever they do heavy transactions. And for them, a small fluctuation in price means a lot of divergence in their portfolio. So here are some examples. Some mid to long term investors or buy side. By buy side means the people who are interested in buying and holding. So here we have pension funds. So what pension funds are? Pension funds are actually the funds owned by the central banks of the world. So you take any big central bank uh, like the Federal Reserve of the US or the Japanese central bank or any developed economy. So they have a very low interest rate. So what happens is the money which salaried people put in their pension account, that is actually taken by these pension funds, and then these pension funds act as a asset management company, and they diversify and invest that money across countries, across markets, across different asset class. So those are called pension funds, and they have a sizable amount of assets to manage. The next is the mutual funds industry, and yes, that is pretty obvious because we all buy mutual funds, and mutual funds directly invest in the stock market, so they have to actually buy shares. So they also use algorithmic trading. Then we have insurance companies. We have insurance companies who are very big, like LIC, which would be recently going for an IPO. So these firms buy stocks in very large quantities, and they don't want any human error in their execution process. So they all prefer algo trading. And then there are obviously short-term traders like market makers. Market makers are HFT people, and then speculators. Speculators could be people like me or other students and retail investors who want to come up with some magic idea and make money out of market. And then there are arbitrageurs who like to benefit with the relative value of a asset. And then apart from these, there are systematic traders, quant traders, hedge funds uh, who have who have big assets to manage, and they also speculate on the direction of the assets. Uh, Now, let me give some idea of algo trading strategies. So broadly, we can define any strategy into these three categories. There can be more categories depending on the granularity of information that you're interested in, but for the sake of simplicity and understandability, I will keep things to minimal and understandable. So the first one is the trend following strategy. Now, when we hear trend, what comes to our mind? So the trend could be uptrend or downtrend. So that is upwards or downwards. So there are strategies which only aim to profit only when market is having a strong movement, whether in upside or downside. Then we have arbitrage opportunities. So what arbitrage opportunities is, there could be a possibility that we have a stock which is listed on both exchanges. For example, in India also we have NSE, National Stock Exchange, and Bombay Stock Exchange, where most of the companies are listed on both the exchanges. There could be a probability that that a stock is trading at some price on NSE and a different price on BSE. So there it gives an opportunity to arbitrage, that is to sell the stock which is higher in value and buy the stock which is lower in value. And at the end of the day, we know that the prices would converge. So that is called arbitrage opportunities. Then after that, we have mean reversion strategies. So as the name itself states, mean. So what happens when we see the price of any stock or asset or gold? We see that usually it hovers around a value and it oscillates up and down. And if there is a strong force upside or downside, then it moves to another price level. So what mean reversion strategy says is, it tries to determine if the asset is in a range bound movement, and then it defines the mean and the upper bound and the lower bound, and then it tries to profit by buying it at the lower bound and selling it at the upper bound. So these strategies are called mean reversion strategies, and they are all dependent on the regime at which the stock market is currently. So after having all this talk, we are now in a position to create a trading strategy. We have got a fair bit of idea what prices are, what are the things in a strategy, what are the types of strategy. So before making any trading strategy, there are some things, like in machine learning we have parameters or objective function that we have. What is the objective that we want to achieve? So the objective here is clear, that is we want to make money. But before making that algorithm, there are some basic questions that we need to ask ourselves. So the first question is time horizon, and that is, yes, absolutely necessary, because I could be interested in making a strategy which would be trading at a second level data, that would be for, let's say, 1 second, 2 second, or even a minute. I could be creating a strategy that would be only interested in day level data, which won't look into the fluctuations arising within a minute or within an hour. So time horizon decides the way how I'll be creating the trading strategy. And then the direction. By direction, I mean it could be a trending strategy, or it could be a mean reversion. And entry trade, exit trade, that we all know the point at we enter into the trade, and exit is the point at which we exit. So these entry and exit points would be automatically decided by the model. And then the features. The features is an important thing. For example, if we take fundamental analysis, or let's say even we don't take fundamental analysis, we take tweets. Like recently, we can see that social media platforms are creating a buzz. So, for example, if Elon Musk tweets about their company, about their product, new product launches, we can see within a fraction of seconds, its stock price goes up. So there are emotions created, sentiments created by social media, and that data is actually categorical in nature. So we can, if we want to take those sort of features, then we need to be decided on categorical data. Other than that, we have numerical features that we almost know and use, and they are pretty descriptive. So here is a typical layout for a machine learning based strategy. So as in machine learning, we can solve the problem by first deciding it as a regression problem, where it would have a continuous series of data, and it could take multiple values. Or the other thing we can do is we can use it as a classification problem, where we have certain pre-specified class, and the model in the output gives us some of the class based on the training, the data. So what we have here is we have a timestamp data. The time is increasing, and we have features x1 to x3 till xn, and we have target y. So this y would be our stock price in this case. We can take, it could be other things also, but for this time, for the sake of simplicity, we'll take it price. So we have different features in front of for all the timestamps, and these features would be fed into our machine learning model. So now this machine learning model could be very primitive model, let's say linear regression model, which we understand. Uh, but if we take the real stock data and try to predict using linear regression, then we'll see that the results are not good. The reason being is whenever we use linear regression, there is an assumption that the target variables and the features, they actually exhibit linear relationship between them. And the stock market data or any asset data actually don't exhibit any linear relations. They exhibit complex non-linear relations which are difficult to decipher. That is why we try to model them using sophisticated techniques. So once the model is trained, so like here the blue priced is the predicted one. So for every timestamp, we'll get the values of the features. We will put this into the model, and we'll get the corresponding y, the predicted y by our model. And we'll take the position based on that price. And once that timestamp is completed, for example, if this is 1 minute data, so at the end of the minute, we would actually be getting the original value from the exchange. So then we can also decide on the error. And there are even more complicated algorithms which take instant feedback that is based on how much my error was in the last prediction. They would dynamically adjust their predictions. So let's get into the splitting of data set. Splitting of data set is actually very important because there is a chance that we might actually overfit the data, because trading strategies are very sensitive to the market regime. By market regime, I mean the natural course of the direction. Um, like we generally say that this stock is in uptrend. We say that because if we uh, look at the chart with naked eyes, we will see that it's always going up. The small price fluctuations in the downside are not visible at all compared to the big upside movements. So we can say it's an uptrend. So what happens is, if I am training, suppose my training data is mostly, or it's almost on the uptrend, and my test data, the actual live data which I get, that on that day market are not up in uptrend, they are downtrend or range bound, then there is a strong probability that I am going to lose a lot of money. So that is not the way how machine learning algorithms to be used. For using machine learning algorithms, we need to actually make them generalize the model. So, and how do we do that? We do that by exposing our machine learning model to different data set as possible. So one such approach is, uh, simpler approach is creating 60 to 70% training data, and then having a different bucket for the validation data and another bucket for the test data. And then once we train the model, we have a model file, will come up with the error values, and then we do a parameter optimization, hyperparameter tuning, and then again come up with less error. So these things can be done. Another popular thing, and which is quite popular since 2016-17, and that is called ensemble learning. What it does is, it it relies on a basic concept that uh, aggregate forecasts are better than singular forecast. So what this ensemble learning does is, it it takes multiple models into account. They would be trained with the same data, and all would be coming up with some prediction, and the final value that we'll use would be the mean, or it could be a weighted average, or something based on our analysis. So what is the good thing about ensemble learning is, it utilizes all the weak learners. So for example, if in downtrend, this model is very good for predicting the downtrend, and let's say linear regression works very good on the uptrend, and this support vector machines work with a reasonable error. So the chances of me developing high error becomes less, because now I have three models in place, and I'll be using an aggregated forecast from them. So in this way, I am actually reducing my error and increasing the accuracy of the forecast. So one interesting and recently popular trend. So I've got two tweets here, which so one is Elon Musk. This is a 2015 tweet where, as we all know, he is known for creating sensations, and that he uses his Twitter account to do that. So he tweeted about the product line, and there would be a new car to be showcased. And this tweet came at 10:05 p.m. March 30. This is Indian time. So at this time, the in US there would be it would be morning or afternoon, around afternoon. So the stock market would have been open at that time. If you go and see the charts of Tesla Motors on this particular day at this particular time, you would see that after this tweet, the prices of the stocks went up of Tesla. So this is the impact which social media can create. Another such example here is one US celebrity who is actually criticizing Snapchat, which is an app, so which got considerable value and following, and she actually criticized it, and it was listed on stock exchange. And after this criticism, the prices of the shares went down. So now people are actually looking at these things. These things are called alternate data sources because these are not conventional data sources. People actually scrape the internet. They scrape newspaper articles. They get real-time tweets using Twitter API, or they get uh, uh, Facebook posts. They follow pages of influential celebrities and try to gauge the market sentiment using this categorical data. Of course, the technique used here is NLP, natural language processing, which I would be taking in further slides. So this is also a powerful tool which people these days are using, and it has immense applications of machine learning. So here I have tried to depict a very general NLP architecture. For those of you who are not well aware of NLP, I would give a brief intro. So NLP stands for natural language processing. What NLP does is it analyzes the language. Language, it could be Hindi, English, regional languages, Spanish, and all. And from that language, it can actually determine sentiment, classify the statements, how similar they are, or they can develop context out of a whole paragraph. That can be used for features and for modeling. One very good example of NLP based system is Alexa. As we all you might have used Alexa, where if we speak something to our mobile or laptop, so they actually can infer what this person is speaking, whether I need to call someone or send a message. So how that is being done? That is being done by converting our language into signals, and that altogether is a different discipline in machine learning called natural language processing. So I'll give a brief. So we have documents. The documents could be any document. It could be tweet. It could be financial data. It could be a newspaper article. First thing we need to do is obviously language detection, for which we have very standard tools available from Google and other big players. Once the language is detected, then we'll go for the standard procedure. In language also, there are many things in a sentence which don't deliver any meaningful thing to the model. For example, if I say, my name is Sanjay Nirmal and I work at Huawei Technologies. So since I am communicating this to a human, and for whom language actually makes sense, so I need to take care of all the nouns and prepositions, and I need to make it a structure right. But for a machine, it does not make any sense. Machine is only interested in things for which it can infer value. So if you ask any machine about this, the description which I give, so it would be interested in Sanjay Nirmal and knowing the gender or something. And the other thing is Vayu technologies and the work between that I work. So what is the relation between these two different things? That is Sanjay Nirmal and Huawei technologies. That is their work. So machines don't take input as letters or alphabets. They only understand numbers. So this whole discipline NLP revolves around converting categorical variables into representation space where they can be actually treated as numbers and then do operations. So once the sentence is input, then it's tokenized, and after tokenization, its parts of speech tagging is done so as to filter out the relevant text, and after that, stop words are removed. Stop words means uh, the and is, so that you can search. These words actually don't add value to the model. After that, these when we have a data set ready, then we do modeling, wherein we extract the features, and then we do modeling, and after modeling we can actually generate result. The result could be either a sentiment. By sentiment I mean how strong the sentence was able to convert some message. For example, we can take this tweet. If I have a model, sentiment based model, and I input this sentence, this tweet by Elon Musk, as we know, it's a very promising and a good word about a better future. So according to us, this should be a positive sentiment. So when we'll input this thing in our model, so it would flag a positive sentiment for us. Same thing goes for this tweet. Since this is a pessimist statement, so our sentiment here should come as negative. So that is the way how NLP model works. Apart from this, there are other things like classification. In classification, we could actually classify multiple tweets from multiple person belonging to say a stock or something or a topic. So that's classification. And then we have entity extraction. That is the example which I gave. We are only interested in the valuable things, and that is extracted using entity extraction. Then another application is translation. We can actually translate from one language to another using NLP. Then there is one thing called topic modeling. What topic modeling does is it actually generates a summary type of a whole document, and then you can create clusters. It's more like entity extraction. Now, now what would happen after we create a strategy? So here, this is a chart of Bitcoin. I've taken Bitcoin specifically because it is volatile. It frequently goes ups and down. So here we can see these bars. These are the price bars for a 60-minute. For 1 hour, for 1 hour we have one candle. So this is for 5-6 days of chart that we have, and this line here is nothing but a smoothing curve that we can take a 10-day moving average or exponential moving average, or we can take another complex things also. At the end of our strategy, we would have a model which would guide us and even execute that this is the point where I should buy. So when the price reaches this point and this price reached our model, the model will flash a signal buy at this price, and we would connect to the exchange via APIs and then buy. After that, it would take on prices and calculate the profit, and if the price starts moving down, then it should warn, and at a very good level it should say sell. So actually we can book the profit from here to here. So this is what we want, the output of a strategy, no matter where it comes from, natural language processing or it comes from time series analysis. If you can see this chart carefully, this chart actually identifies different trading regimes. So by trading regimes, you can see this yellow part in which the price was actually more or less moving upside. It moved up. So this we can very safely call as uptrend. And if we see this part, light blue, the price briefly moved down and then it moved up, down a bit. This part we can see after this it was in a price range. So these different blocks actually represent different regimes of the price movement. It could be uptrend, downtrend, sideways movement. So there is a high possibility that a model which has trained only on this would return very bad on this. And the algorithm not only requires us to predict the low price and high price, it also requires us to take different trading regimes into picture, because the underlying probability distributions would also change, and many of the assumptions that we might have taken for something else won't come true, and that would ultimately lead to higher errors and loss of money. uh, Now I'd like to give a brief on the neural network based strategy, slightly more complicated, and the one that is being used. So here that is called recurrent neural network based strategy, which specifically uses LSTM based cells. Why LSTM? That I would take in the next slide. So why specifically RNN? If we look into the academia, we can see lots of papers on RNN and its proven expertise of memorizing the time series, uh, uh, of modeling the time series, not memorizing. For memorizing, we have LSTM. So we use RNN for time series problem, and what it does is, if we have a input and we got output from the cell, so usually these are all single entities. For example, in this, the features we take, these features value would change for for the next time. For T3 values, we don't take T2 values along with T3 and T1. We don't take back memory into propagation. So that thing is automatically done in RNN. Each cell is connected to another cell. So the output from let's say H0 would become the input for H1 and so on. So the last prediction would be actually fed into the model. So this is a typical RNN architecture. Now specifically why LSTM? So LSTM stands for long short term memory. So it actually tackles the problem of memory loss. And how it does it actually memorizes the pattern of the time series, the pattern of the data. And as we can see the architecture here, it has typically three gate: the input, output gate, and the forget gate. So here in the forget gate, it automatically uh, deactivates the values which were long before, and whose value does not affect the model anymore. So it actually take how this works is, in a LSTM cell we have to feed a look back period. Look back could be 30, 40, or 100, depending on the parameter that we define. So we not only this time step value we need to input, we have to input all those 100, and then it is for up to the cell, LSTM cell, to decide this values I should take, this would be more beneficial, this memory I need to retain, and this I don't want to. This is typically how a brain works. So we can use LSTM to better model the financial markets and to come up with innovative strategies. So I think that's all from my side, and I would like to take any questions if you people have around any of the things that I have discussed, or in general related to algorithmic trading.
Participants, feel free to discuss with any queries. Sanjay,
Yes, feel free to ask any question.
queries or doubts depends upon presentations. Otherwise, raise the hands. Possibility to.
Or we can use the text box also. That would also work.
Sanjay, some people is post the queries chat
Yeah.
box. Sanjay,
For algorithm trading, any standard data set? Well, if I understand this, the most of the data for the numerical analysis, that is the stock data or the cryptocurrency data, forex data, that are the standard data set, and those are available depending on the source of information. It could be open source and free data, which is mostly the case for cryptocurrencies, and for other data like stocks and all, it could be paid. So there are standard data set available on which people do this research. Okay, I hope that answers Mr. Ramesh Khanna's question.
is I think doing some PG UG students is there. You discuss with resource persons or faculties doing the PhD right now. Those people is discuss with the resource persons.
Okay. In case if anybody has any problem even after this, then I will be giving my mail ID to professor, and he can anyway reach out to me on mail. Yes, Mr. Amit. So you have asked any reference books to go over the concept. So I would strongly recommend not to go much into the book thing because there are already very good research papers in this field, and you can get open source code also. So from there you can actually learn much better and in a very short period of time. And with the books there's a problem because this field is evolutionary in nature. So whenever you buy some book, or so it would be in no time outdated. So that's why I would recommend you to use the open source things that are available. Okay. Thanks, Amit.
Sanjay.
Uh, Yes, sir. I think now we can invite Ashish.
Sanjay, one more thing. You take break. After we will continue the next resource persons.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
As
Yeah.
you
They take break. Both of for your friends. Then come back. How many minutes is break if you want?
uh, well, we can ask Ashish.
Ashish sir.
Yeah, I think the 10 minutes break is enough.
Okay, sure, sir. Whatever may be your convenient time, sir. No problem, sir. Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
after
15
10
minutes.
minutes we will meet again.
Okay, 10 minutes. Dear
Until
persons,
then,
uh, tell me,
yeah,
Sanjay.
yeah, and till that time, if anybody has any question that come to mind, then feel free to share. So that
Uh, feedback post to end of the session, sir.
oh, okay, that would be cool.
Okay. Okay, Sanjay. Ashish, sir. Dear person, come with after 10 minutes. Join the second sessions from the heavy R&D Bangalore resource persons from Ashish. Sanjay, sir. Okay, meet 10
Yeah,
minutes
yeah,
after.
yeah, sure,
Okay.
sure.
Mm.
So till 3:15, or let's
Okay.
have a specific.
3:20. Now
Okay,
is
3:20. Okay,
3:20.
then we'll all meet at 3:20.
Okay. Yes, yes,
Cool,
yes.
cool. Okay, thank
Thank you.
you.
हेलो हेलो
Yes, sir. Yes.
सर आवाज नहीं आ रही।
Hello.
हाँ सर आवाज नहीं आ रही।
Uh, okay. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
हाँ
Audible, sir.
Okay.
Audible, sir.
सर मुझे ये पूछना था।
Yes.
Audible, sir. Audible, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. Sir.
हाँ सर ये लिंक मुझे आज मिली है,
Mhm.
मेरा रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं हो पाया।
Sir, I cannot understand for your speech, sir. Can you speak English?
हाँ
Tell me,
हाँ
sir, what you are regarding?
हाँ this
Yes, sir. Tell me, sir.
हेलो
Yeah, yes, I am hearing, sir. Tell me, sir.
हेलो
Sir, I am
Uh,
hearing, sir.
Hello,
Tell me, sir.
Vedant sir. Actually, he's trying to say that he couldn't he get this link just now, so he was not able to complete the registration. That was his concern.
Okay,
So
sir. First of all, register is mandated, sir. Okay, he called personally. I will give the instructions, sir. Okay, no problem,
okay.
sir. Session is attended, sir. We will decide, sir. No problem, sir. Okay. Dear participants, is already resource person is waiting for your presence. Come back. Let us start our students. Our resource color is okay. Let us start next sessions.
Okay, sir. Okay. So
Okay.
shall we start now?
Yes, sir, I will introduce for yourselves. Today is a special address, uh, Mr. Ashish Magar, IIT Delhi alumni. He qualified. Sorry.
Okay, sir. Introduce myself. Okay.
Oh, okay, sir.
So
Yes.
yeah.
It is,
Good afternoon,
thank you.
audience.
Thank you for.
I think I would like to thanks to Vedant sir and the Bharathiar University and Government of Tamil Nadu and the Government of India for organizing such a nice event. So even the industrial person who is from the different background or the different industry can share their thoughts and idea to the student, so that even student can groom in their career. Okay. So I myself Ashish Mahar. I did my engineering from IIT Delhi in the stream maths and computing, and I was specialized in mathematical modeling topic. And after graduating from the IIT Delhi, I have joined. I have worked in a multiple organization where I work as a data scientist and as a statistician. Okay, so currently I am working in Huawei as a lead data scientist, where I am leading one of a small team of data scientists, where our job is to develop the various mathematical models so that even a company can optimize their revenue, can increase their revenue, and yeah, and other aspect they can fulfill. So that is what my introduction. So let's go to the presentation part. So let me share my presentation with you. So my topic is recommendation systems. So maybe as I understand, you people are from the academic background, so maybe you are seeing this term first time, but in the industry, the people know it very well. Even I know that most of the people unknowingly have used it, but they don't know about the what exactly the recommendation system is. So in this digital world, we know that the everyone, almost everyone has a mobile devices in their hand. Even the mobile devices, the apps are using the inbuilt recommendation system so that they can optimize their inventory and can increase their revenue. So let's continue with the recommendation system. So the introduction part, the recommender systems are referred to the system that are capable to predict the future preference of a set of items for the users and recommend those items to the final user. So what happened that let me give one example so that you can understand what exactly the recommender system will do. So whenever you go to purchase any item into the shop, you see that the shop is organized in such a way that the shopkeeper organize the item which are used by or which are purchased by the uh, the what we call the customers very frequently. Uh, the shopkeeper give the preference to those items to be displayed in their what we call in a display in a such a way that everyone can understand that this shopkeeper will have this set of items. Okay, so it is a kind of the physical recommendation. You all upfront you are trying to show something that this is what the features I have in my system, but those things are static in nature. But in digital world, what happened that you have a website and you want to sell something, and you have to sell some in a such a way so that the user experience will be better, and you will increase your revenue at the same time, so that the conversion rate of buying an item from the website will be higher. So the recommend what the recommender system will do, it will recommend right item to the right user. So let's say I am a sports lover. So if you recommend me the the items which related to sports, so there is a high chance or the high probability that I would buy one of them. Okay, so this is what the exact use case of the recommender system. So if you see in during the last few decades, with the rise of YouTube, Amazon, Netflix, and other web services, the recommender systems have taken a more and more places in our lives. For e-commerce to the online advertisement world, you will see that the recommender systems are nowadays unavoidable in our journey. You will see it everywhere. The during you will see the same sort of use cases during the when I present my slide completely, that what are the different use cases, and what are the different product you have used unknowingly, in which at the back end there was some recommender system which were working. So let me take first example. So everyone knows the Netflix. The most of the people know Netflix, but even in India, maybe the people are using Hotstar and Amazon. Amazon Prime, where they can see some series or some movies out of it. So what happened? Why I'm taking this example to show that how the recommender system is using. You will see over here. You know, uh, in green, you will see it is written because you have watched Robin Hood. Okay, so the Netflix recommend me the same sort of item in between or the same sort of movies below this headline. And if you go to the the next heading in which Netflix just show me that because you have watched Dexter, so it will give you the movie which are similar to the Dexter, so that the probability of movie being watched by the user will be maximum. So if the higher number of people watch the movie on a Netflix site, definitely the popularity of the Netflix will goes on increase, and the customer base, as the base goes on increase, it will also increase or impact potentially on the total revenue of the Netflix. So the what the Netflix is doing, same thing will be doing or do by this Amazon Prime, Hotstar, Sony Live. Every the OTT platform will use the same kind of the recommendation. So here you can see that the recommendation system will give you the right content or recommend you the right content to the right user. Now we know that in a mobile we frequently use the various kind of music as like we have a Ghana app, we have a Savan app, Spotify app. So I'm taking the example of Spotify. How the Spotify recommend us the right music. So if you sometime or observe, whenever I uh, listen same type like the sad, if I love the sad songs or the ghazal, the app will start recommend me the same sort of songs. So what happened that in the background there was a system which keep on tracking the the preference of a user, that what kind of song user is listening, what is the genre of song, and what is the language of song. Okay, and the user data, that the user, let's say I am a user, so uh, what is the user device ID, and what is the geographical location of this device ID, and what is the occupation of this user. Everything detail they have in their system. If you remember that whenever you install some app, it will ask you some sort of permission as well as ask you to fill some details. So let's say if you give it the the permission of reading the message, what happened, these apps slowly read the messages from your devices and try to build a profile out of it. Okay, so those those data will be used to improve the recommendation. So if you uh, see in last 2-3 months, people are a lot of talk lot about this, the data privacy and the data issue. So this is because of the apps and in the digital world, data is the gold mine. Everyone is trying to capture the data so that they can improve their recommendation. Okay, now now I come to the the third example. Everyone has the mobile devices, but I uh, I if you just open your mobile devices and open Google Play Store, you will see in a Google Play Store there is one the in somewhere in the middle you will see something is written like this, that recommended for you. So what happened that Google keep on tracking that what are the different apps you have in your device, and what is the category of app you have in your device, and what type of user you are, and what are the different features of you, like if you are frequent game player. So it all the details Google will store internally, and those details it will use to recommend the further app. Here you can see it is the screenshot of my own mobile, in which it is trying to show that I usually I love to download the various sort of games on my mobile. So it will recommend the same kind of apps to me, so that the probability of a particular app being installed by me will be maximized. So here is also the recommendation system will be used. Now we come to the the fourth example. We almost everyone have buy something from the e-commerce website. It is either it is a Flipkart or Amazon. So if you ever notice, somewhere in the middle, the Amazon will recommend you some sort of the products based on your browsing history. So what it does, you know you once you create some profile on amazon.com, it will first thing, it will ask you some basic detail like your name, age, gender, and the geographical location, sorry, your addresses, various addresses, and the credit card detail. Okay, and it also keep on tracking the your demographic data and your order history, that in the history what are the different products you have buy, and your product view, your comments, and all details Amazon has in his database. So what it does, it utilize those information to recommend you the product which in which you are interested in. So it is a kind of win-win situation to both of us, for the user as well as for the Amazon. So for user, you are providing the right content to the user, and from website, you are, providing a right content to the right user will increase your revenue. Okay, so in that way, the amazon.com will use the recommender systems. Now if, we all know that we have we all know the linkedin is a job portal profile where you people use or build their profile, like they just put that kind of build a resume in the linkedin, that what are the different organizations in which I have worked in the past. And it also, the people also use the linkedin to search different sort of jobs. So if you see, in a job tab, whenever you go into the job tab, you will see there's the one, the line is written over here, recommended for you, job recommended for you. So what happened, the linkedin just read your profile which you build on their website, and try to capture the context of your profile, that the what type of person you are, and what are the skills and the expertise you have in your profile, and accordingly it will try to match your earlier job history, sorry, the job search history and the job alert history, and try to give you the best recommendation so that you can apply to those jobs. So uh, what I am saying, that you can experiment it after this session as well. You will see that the lot of places you will find the recommendation engine being used, or maybe unknowingly we never noticed it. Now the sixth example is the Facebook friend suggestion. I know that the everyone has seen it in past, but no one noticed it, how the the Facebook is able to figure out that or how the Facebook is able to suggest me a new friend. So what happened, that Facebook know everything about me, like my date of birth, my age, gender, location, and or my friend connection, and my occupation, and my family member, everything, all the data Facebook has in its database. So whenever a new friend or new person join the Facebook, so Facebook try to optimize that how we can, how this person is connect to the other person, so that the the new person will also have some friends in his bucket. Okay, so there are various complicated algorithms which work parallelly to give you the or to suggest you the right friend. Okay, so these are some examples where the recommendation systems are being used by the industry. There are other examples as well, but now I'm moving to the algo part, that how these recommendation systems being implemented through the machine learning. Okay, so there are various popular machine learning algorithms which we can use to implement the recommendation system. One is the collaborative filtering. It is a simple classical machine learning based approach. Other one is the deep and wide model. It is a deep learning based approach. And rest of the three, like the deep factorization machine, deep interest network, and the deep cross network, all of are deep learning based algorithm, which people have published in a recent year. Okay. So let's talk about the collaborative filtering. How the people are using the collaborative filtering to develop their recommender systems. So the collaborative filtering is one of the popular techniques because of its simplicity and easy to implement. Most of the companies and the startup, you know first build a recommendation system using the collaborative filtering. So let me give you the how the collaborative filtering uh, being implemented by the different organization and how they use it to improve their recommendation. So let me take the example of user versus movie example, in which, let's say, a user one has seen a movie one and has given a rating 5. Okay, 5 means the highest rating. It means the user loved this movie a lot. User one has also seen the movie 3, and he has given the rating 4. And in between there is some blank boxes. It means that those, like for user one, the movie 2 he has never watched, movie 4 he has never watched, and the movie 5 he has never watched. Same for the user 2 and same for user 3 and user 4. Now, if some user come to some to the website which serve the movie to the user. So now let's take the Netflix example. Now Netflix has to recommend some movie to the user. So how it will do? He knows that the movie 1 and movie 3 is already liked by the user 1. So if we recommend the same sort of movie to user 1, there is a high chance he will not watch the movie. So it means that somehow I need to find out the user interest through the machine learning model, so that I can serve the right content to right user. Okay. Now, uh, now the collaborative filtering comes into the picture. So what it does, it collaborative filtering is a if you see this matrix, we just take this as a real matrix and try to factorize it into a different two matrices, like the user matrix and the item matrix. Item matrix means I can also call it as a movie matrix. You can call it as a movie matrix. So using a matrix factorization with the latent factor, I divide the real matrix into the two different matrices. So to understand what exactly the matrix factorization, we should first understand the single value decomposition. I think that you all are from the mathematics background. You know more than I that how the single value SDV will be used in a linear algebra. So I'm skipping this one. Now I'm just talking about the how the things will be work in a collaborative filtering. So what happened that based on the linear algebra, I can decompose my real matrix, which is the user versus movie matrix, into the three different matrices: U, summation, and the V. U is represent the user latent feature matrix. V is represent the movie latent feature matrix, and the summation is some singular matrix. Okay, this the decomposition can be done through the matrix factorization method. So here is some equation where R is the real matrix, U summation, and the V. Now here's another catch over here. I have, if you see in this slide, I have called this all the metrics as user latent feature metrics. And if you see in the point number 1, what I am trying to explain, that based on the I decompose my original matrix into the user and item matrix using the factorization method with the latent factor. Now the crucial part is the latent factor, what it is. So it is we assume that we assume that we can represent any user into a, let's say if I take the value of latent factor is k is equal to 4. Okay, so what is it is telling us that I am trying to represent the user in a 4-dimension vector space. Same for the movie. I'm trying to represent my movie into a 4-dimension vector space. It means that my vector of user vector and the movie vector both are of dimension 4. Okay, so what happened, you know, once we through the matrix factorization method, we just decompose our original matrix into the two different matrix u and v. U represent my user matrix and V represent my movie matrix. Okay, here is I have taken one example in which I try to show that, you know, there is some real matrix, and I, you know, to calculate this user and the movie matrix, I first randomly initialize the values of user and the movie matrix and try to train my model and predict some R dash. Okay, and R dash is some, you know, the value which I got after randomly initializing my different values. Now what I do in the next step, I'll define a loss function, something like this, you know, and I try to minimize the loss of my met or loss of my this function by comparing my, you know, the predicted value with the actual value. Okay, so this will be done by my machine learning algorithm. Okay, once the training is completed, we will get two different matrices, user matrix and the movie matrix. So now, you know, now I am assuming that maybe the sorry, I'm able to, you know, find out the user matrix, user latent matrix, like something like this. Okay, where my latent factor is k. So it means that through user latent matrix I can represent any user into a k dimensional vector. Okay, and from the linear algebra I can I already know that if I take the dot product or I take the cosine similarity of two vectors, okay, I will get that how much the two vectors are similar to each other. If I, you know, I uh, calculate a cosine similarity of two vectors and the value will be close to the one, it means that the two vectors are almost similar. And if the value is equal to the zero, it means two vectors are almost dissimilar, or you can call it orthogonal to each other. So now here is the case. I have to define some similarity score. Let's say I have defined some similarity that the, you know, the two users, okay, whose similarity score is more than 70%. It means the cosine similarity is more than 0.7. Okay, I will consider those users to be a similar user. Okay, now till now I am able to find out what are the different users which are similar to, almost similar to each other. So if I have a two user, user one and user two, and through my machine learning algo, I am able to predict that these two users has a similarity score more than uh, 0.7. And if a user has seen three different movies, movie one, movie two, movie three, and user two have seen only two movies, movie one and movie two. So if I recommend the movie three, which was seen by the similar user in a history, so there is a higher probability that the you know, the user two may also like the same movie, because I have, through the machine learning, I have identified these two users have a similar behavior. Okay, so through which, you know, through, you know, tracking this the behavior of a different user, I was able to find out that if a user one has seen or buy a different sort of product, if I recommend the same sort of product to my other users which are similar to this user, there is a highest chance that uh, the user will buy or can see the movie. Okay, this is what we call user based collaborative filtering, to identify the similar users. Now there is another on a case of use case of the same algorithm, it is called item based collaborative filtering. If you go into the previous slide, I have told you that real metrics we can decompose into the two different metrics, user metrics and the u metrics represent the user metric, v represent the movie metrics. Now here is the v metric, and I have already told you that the v matrix represent, or through v matrix we can represent any movie into a k dimensional vector space. Okay, so let's say if a user has seen a movie 1, and through my item based collaborative filtering I know that movie 1 and movie 2 are similar to each other. Okay, and if I I already know that the user 1 has watched this movie earlier and he has rated it 5. If I recommend the same or similar type of movie to the same user, there is a highest chance that the user will definitely watch this movie. Okay, same the use case can fit in the the e-commerce site, that if a user has buy some product and review it highest, and same type of the product we have in our bucket, so if we recommend the same type of product to the user, there are highest chance that the user may also like the second one as well. Okay, so this is what the collaborative filtering being used by the industry. Now I'm trying to cover this the deep learning based approach, how the deep learning being used in an industry to recommend or to build a recommend different sort of recommendation engines. So my first model is deep and wide model. So what happened that this model the deep and wide model is proposed, or idea being proposed by the Google itself. It is a deep learning based approach. So this model can be used to solve the recommendation search and the ranking problem. So what happened that the deep and wide model itself, the name itself will telling that there is two terms, deep and wide. So this model have a two sub model. First one is the wide model, and second one is the deep neural network model. Okay, so what happened that the Google has clubbed these two models in a single model, and to build their recommendation system. So what the the linear model is doing, so there is one advantage of using the linear model. It is capable to memorize the the things. It can memorize that which movie is work best for a which user. Okay, so what the linear this wide linear model is doing, it uses the cross product feature of the user and movie, uh, various feature of movie and this movie and user, and try to correlate that how the things are correlate with each other, and try to predict what is the probability of interest, which try which tell you that whether the if I take a user one and movie one, what is the probability that the user may like this movie. So this sort of the probability it will give you as an output to me. Okay, now the second the sub model was the deep model. So the purpose of using the deep model is to create a generalization. Okay, so what does I mean generalization? That I already know that the the uh, movie one is rated by the user one is given by the 5 rating, but I cannot recommend each time the movie one. So I need to somehow discover the more options which are similar to the same type of movie. Okay, so generalization model will try to find the what are the different movies which are similar to the the movie which was being liked or being highest voted by the user in a history, and give it some boost. Okay, same it will does for the movie which was disliked by the user in a history. So it will the give the least priority to those values. So mm, deep model will use the user and the movie feature embedding to train its internal deep neural network. Okay, so this is what the deep and wide model will do internally. Okay, now if I have discussed one deep learning and one classical machine learning algorithm, but there is one issue in both of these algorithms. If your data is very small, okay, then these algos will work better. Okay, but if your data is like your number of user bases are exploding, or your the content or the number of movies are very high, then there is a high probability that you will be facing some sort of the performance issue in your while training your model. Maybe your the model training will take a lot of time, maybe 2 or 3 days it will take to train, or maybe you will face some sort of uh, accuracy issue at the time of predicting. So these so let me give you or try to make you understand through the example. We already know that around the world internet users are around 4.5 billion users are there who actively use the internet. Okay, and even in the number of movies which on a monthly basis being produced by the this movie industry is also in a I think maybe in a lakhs. And if we historically see the movie database in IMDb, it is in the millions of movie of different genres and different actors and different languages are available around the world. So even if to build such a scalable system is very hard, maybe your machine may fail, maybe you are not able to train your model properly, or there are a lot of the hidden things are there. So like the company like the Google, how they handle these issues on a scale, because uh, Google is the one who has the highest number of the active users, and Google is the one who keep on tracking the various kinds of data, and everyone knows the Google. Yeah, whenever face any or have any question in your mind, you go directly and search something on the Google. So the Google handle the same thing differently. So this is what the I call it a real world recommendation system. So if you whenever you open a YouTube, you will see that you see some video, okay, and the next will you will find that the next video will be similar to the video which you have watched in a past. So how the the YouTube is able to find out your interest? If we use the the model which I have just talked just now, it is not able to scale the work at a scale. So Google proposed one idea. Okay, the idea was, rather than having a single model, he built two different models. Okay, one is the retrieval model, second is the ranking model. So what retrieval model will do, you know uh, if you take the example of this YouTube, the on a daily basis millions of videos worldwide being uploaded by the user on a YouTube platform. Okay, and I have already told you that around the world there are around 4.5 billion active users. Okay, if for one user I calculate the all possibilities of the interest. So for one user I have to take a the 1 million iteration, and it means that 10 to the power 6 multiplied by 10 to the power 9. So this number of operation I have to do to even doing a single iteration to come up with the correct recommendation. So these operation will be too high, so it will not be a scalable problem. So what the Google does, through retrieval model, it reduce down the size of your items or the movies. So what it does, uh, it through the retrieval model, if you feed a millions of videos or movie to the retrieval model, it will give you the hundreds of movies, the best movie which user may like. Okay, once you will have only 100 of movies, now the ranking model will play its role. Now the ranking model will, uh, do some calculation and give you, the best possible movies out of these 100 movies, and sort them in a some order based on some scores. Okay. So how the this retrieval model will do these kind of calculation? So what the retrieval model will do, it divide itself in a two different component. One is the query computation, second one is the candidate computation. In the query computation, it uses the user features like what is the user age, what is user gender, geographical location, occupation, and all the features, the user may or user have, or all the information the Google have against the user, like the what type of mobile device user is having, and how frequent the user is using this mobile devices, and what are the different app being installed by the user, all the information being utilized by the Google to build their query model. Okay. Now the second is like, I have already told you that the candidate is, for me the candidate is movie. So now I build a can build a, the candidate features through the this the what is the star cast which play a crucial role in a movie, what is the who is the director of this movie, what is the language, what is the genre, all these information I will fed into the candidate model. Now in the third step, what I does, I just calculate the feature interaction between the query model, query, this query feature embedding and the candidate feature embedding to retrieve the limited number of candidate item or the movie items. Okay. Now, through the retrieval model, I just reduce down my problem from million to the 100, and these hundreds, the candidates or the movies, my model is telling that there is highest probability that the user may like. Now the once the retrieval model is completed and give it output, now the ranking model will does its own work. So it, use the users as well as the candidate items different features to rank them in a proper manner, and give the best result out of it. Okay. So the ones, these two models will give the output to the final user, it will be the, the best recommendation for the user. So same this ranking and the retrieval model being both the Google use together to recommend some sort of videos on YouTube, and sometimes, the if you see, uh, whenever you search something, you will find there is some ads being recommended by the user, sorry, recommended by the Google to the user. Those sort of, the recommendation also done by the Google through these two, these two models only. Okay. Okay. That's it from my side. Yeah. Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I think maybe my pace was too fast, but just let me know, if I need to repeat something. Hello. Yes.
Sir?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Dear
Yes.
Pastor, any queries? Feel free with discuss with both of.
Yes.
Sanjay sir is there?
Yes, yes, yeah,
Yeah.
sure, sure.
Ashish sir and Sanjay sir is there. So both are came
Sir,
from
is
India.
this recommendation method is similar to spyware?
Spyware is what? First time.
Spyware is a malware that keeps a check of whatever a person does in his computer.
Okay.
Or
Okay. No. It is a pure machine learning based technique, which you utilize your data, your historical data, which you people unknowingly share with your apps and share with your through the Google account. So those data being used by the different companies to improve their recommendation. So let me tell you that nowadays people, you see that a lot of people are talk about the data privacy, everything. And I personally find that the students are not, don't care that they just, whenever any app is recommended to them, they just install it and accept all the privileges or accept all the permission without reading the what is written in the application. So sometimes it is written in the the legal note which the app is being show to you that I want to permission to access your messages. I want permission to access your email address. I want to permission to access the other data, your other things as well. So if you ever notice that app, let's say a Flipkart app, why Flipkart wants to read my message? Why is there any some benefit is there? That's why the Flipkart wants to read your message. If next time you install any app, you closely notice that what is written in the acceptance or this legal note, you will see there is a lot of things are written which you people unknowingly accept it. And the once you accept it, you have given the privilege to your third party apps. Now those things will be unknowingly used by the Google and other companies to give you the best possible recommendation. So now if you 2-3 months back, if you see that the people have the government of India has banned the lot of Chinese apps, and they were claiming that the Chinese app was stealing the data. So their intention was to they are reading the personal messages and the chat of the users, and those things they are using there for their own benefits. So machine learning is, yes, machine learning is not a any spyware or anything like that. It is not. It is just a data driven approach to to calculate or to give you the best possible what sometimes it is a recommendation, sometimes some prediction. Okay, this is what. Okay, so ML related guideline. Okay, so let me tell you, this question was even in, I have taken a earlier the one seminar in some different colleges in DU, and they have also uh, uh, keep on asking me the same question that if I want to the I'm seeing my career in as a data scientist, so how I can start. Okay, and I know that the most of the people, even you people also have these kind of questions. So what happened that if you want to be a data scientist, okay, from mathematics, from the point of mathematics point of view, you must be clear with the probability theory. Okay, probability theory is very extensively used in this machine learning. Okay, and you have to be clear with the linear algebra concept. As I even in the presentation I have mentioned some of the concept like the cosine similarity and the vector spaces. Those concepts or those things are very extensively used in a machine learning domain. So at least you should know the probability theory, inferences, statistics, as well as the linear algebra. Okay, now the second thing, as we know that the company like Google and other companies as well, like the Huawei, Microsoft, all these companies have a data in a range of GBs. Okay, so you cannot analyze the data through Excel, or you cannot analyze, you cannot manually analyze the data. You need a one language. It can be MATLAB for statisticians. It can be R. It can be MATLAB. So you should have at least the hands-on on a single language through which you can analyze the data. Okay. So my my recommendation is you learn one language, maybe the R, Python, and MATLAB. It is good if you learn the Python. Okay. Second, you need to understand some data processing tools like I'll give share those details in the comment that you should understand this Spark and Hadoop framework. I know that the most of the people have heard it earlier, but now in this platform, I'm telling you that most of the companies are using Hadoop and Spark platform. It is the big data tools to process the the large amount of the data on a scale. So you need to have understanding of these tools. And the third one is data modeling or mathematical modeling part. So in a market nowadays, there are two very popular machine learning module or frameworks are available. One is the TensorFlow, and the second one is PyTorch. TensorFlow is developed by the Google itself, okay, and it has a lot of inbuilt APIs which you can directly use to build your own machine learning algorithms. Same for the PyTorch. PyTorch is also providing a lot of various you know, various APIs which you can use directly in your machine learning model. But there is a one challenge in both of these frameworks. These two frameworks are supports only the Python language only. So you need to understand this. Even me and Sanjay both also extensively work on these two framework using the Python.
Yes. It would be better if you choose Python as the language, because the kind of support that is available, the open source projects that are available, its connectivity with other data tools, and all those things make it production ready language.
Yeah, true. That is true. What happened that the data is always lies somewhere into the database. So you cannot physically move the data out of it. You need to have a some language through which you can just read the data from the database. Once the data you can read the data, now second problem is to build a mathematical model on the top of it. So first, you need to have a basic understanding of Python and any of the the programming language in which you are comfortable. So, but I personally recommend you start with the Python because you will provide a lot of support even from the community side.
Mm. One point I would like to add, as Ashish has already pointed out, that you should be well versed with the statistics and probability. As you go into the literature, or you scroll through Medium, you can find there are various articles where within a single article they would be creating the model and analyzing the results. So those things I don't recommend unless and until you don't understand what the model is, what are the basic assumptions in the model, what specific data cases are used for that particular model. Means whenever you are not through with the model, just fitting a model on some data and getting a result won't take you ahead. You need to understand there are thousands of models. You may not be knowing about it. That's okay. That's perfectly okay. Even if you know two, three models, but you exactly know their strengths, their weaknesses, and you can actually comment on the result part, that this thing is good because of this reason, and this thing is wrong because of this thing. When you are able to identify those things, then you can actually deliver projects using machine learning. Otherwise, it becomes a black box. So if you are not able to explain your results, then it won't take you ahead, be it as a researcher or working as a data scientist at any big company.
So one question I think raised by Anjali, that how do we start our career as a data scientist after the MSc? So as I have already told you that you first have to be clear with your ACAT. Especially you have to uh, the have a basic understanding of this linear algebra, even good understanding of the linear algebra and the probability theory. Okay, this is from the ACAT's background. Now you parallelly have to focus on the one of the programming language like Python and all. Okay, once you have an understanding of the Python, now the third step is to try to build your own model through the Python. So as I have told you, you can use this TensorFlow framework. Okay, TensorFlow or the PyTorch framework, but you can also use this scikit-learn framework, which was used by the various researchers. So these are the three most popular framework in market which you can use, and you try to build your own machine learning algos. And if you think that the data is the issue, I'll give you one link. It is the kaggle.com, where you can find a lot of data, and people are very actively discussing that how to develop a various kind of a model. And there are a lot of competition which run on a regular basis. Even I would recommend you should participate. Even if you fail, still you have to participate, so that you understand how the communities are or the different people or the worldwide people are using or developing the machine learning model. Or let me tell you frankly, the amount or the reward which you will get if you are able to uh, win the competition being organized by the Kaggle was very big. Maybe I think the value will be in more than lakhs. And that's why the lot of data scientists you will see on a kaggle.com. I'll share the link of this website, so that I would recommend that all mathematicians and all who are looking for a career in the machine learning domain, uh, they will sort of get that how the people are using the machine learning models, so, and all. And you will get the lot of even the tutorials over there. If you got stuck somewhere, you will find a lot of tutorial over, like let's say in a stats, you have uh, read this arima garc models. Okay, even you will see on a kaggle.com, people are also using that arima and the garc model to predict a time series. It is not all about the deep learning, but the classical machine learning algos also have a very good what we call the weightage in the machine learning domain. And one more thing, let me tell you, in India nowadays, the this machine learning engineer and data scientist jobs are in a what we call a lot of the jobs are available, and the salaries and all are very good. You cannot imagine that how much the people are offering to a data scientist if he is good in its domain. Okay.
Any more questions?
Yes.
Sir, can we do this like I know the basic of Python, but I don't have that much knowledge. So can I do it myself, or I need to go anywhere for this?
No, yes, it is very good question. So
Question.
yes, if you want to learn something, something really good, you should never visit any coaching and all, because the learning is personal. Whenever unless you experiment it, you will not come to know that what why I am doing this. Coaching Coachings and other they just give
Paid
you the
courses.
paid courses. They give you the basics of everything, but to crack an interview, to get a job, you should know the in and out of everything. So I have shared one link of kaggle.com. You will see people also share their code as well on their website. Code with data, everything is already there. So you have to just explore this site. You will find all your questions and the answer available here. Yeah,
Yes.
you need not to waste money to do some the coaching and all, because as I understand, in India there is no coaching which can guarantee you to to cover all the aspects of the data scientist. They just give you the basic understanding of the data science, But to crack an interview, you should know the in-depth things.
Yes, sir.
As Anjali, you have asked, so I am from a mechanical background. In fact, I was not that well versed with programming languages at all, but I developed it afterwards. So, developing proficiency in a programming language like Python is really not that difficult. You need to be, focused, learn the basic concepts of programming, and there are various open sources, good open sources available. In fact, you can get MIT, Stanford, their class tutorials, and you can get lots of resources. You can practice it online. Once you develop the proficiency in the programming language, then you should aim for the machine learning and uh, get the more finer details and get into the maths.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, if you have a good aptitude or good aptitude toward the learning, so I think you can learn the linear algebra and the probability. These are the small topics you can quickly cover it. But these are the basics to go through the mach- uh, to build a data science concept. But being the engineering oriented, I don't think that it is any challenge. Even the I can guarantee that a lot of people from the civil engineer and the mechanical engineer are working in the this, machine learning domain, because they what they don't know, they develop their capabilities over there, and keep on updating their knowledge.
And one thing is, this is very common across colleges, and it was also for me when I was in college, that I belong to certain XYZ branch, and the this current field requires some ABC branch. So will I be able to do it? Should I do it? How much the effort? So I, on this thing we should be, more goal oriented, and we should uh, uh, work on gaining knowledge through open sources and cross disciplines, and we should focus more on learning. And if we are able to do this for, let's say, a month or something, then whichever be it the field, be it computer science, machine learning, or deep learning, you will be able to grasp at least the basics. And once that is done, then that 50% of the work is done. Then you can engage in it more. And similarly, if you do this for other things also, be it other subjects or another skill, then eventually you will learn. So this won't become a hurdle. If you initially think that just because I am from this background, I don't have that thing, so you can take that approach as well. Usually, in our education system does not provide that multidisciplinary approach or thinking. So we are bound to believe that I am from a non-maths background or from a non-coding background. So how can I aspire for such career options?
Yes, yes, I do agree with this in this commitment. So let me tell you, the world knows Indians for its mathematics skills. They know that the Indians are very good in the mathematics as well as in the programming. So India is the birthplace of Ramanujan. So how come you can say that you don't have any mathematical background? You have something in your uh, but you have to just improve your mathematical skills over the period. You can learn even through the self study, you can learn. But let me tell you, it is not a hurdle to anyone, especially in the India. It is not a challenge. In general, I think the Indians are good in maths.
And given we have Coursera, EDX, and Stanford, and they're all open lectures, so I don't think that should be challenged, especially with university students.
So last question is how much time I can in how much time I can learn the machine learning. So the as I have told, there are three different things you have to cover to be a data scientist. First, the mathematics. Second, how the process the data. So for that you need to understand the Python and some data processing in like the Hadoop and Spark. Okay. And the last, the once you go through these two things, the last one is your machine learning model. So I cannot comment. It's up to the learning skills and how much you are dedicated towards your learning. So maybe the within 6 months you can complete if you are very dedicated towards your work. From zero, you can tell the the data scientist you can complete everything within 6 months. It is not a no big challenge. Provided and see data scientist.
Vishaka, this is the same question that very expensive MSc data science. So that is, more of a branding and marketing strategy. I personally don't recommend all those things because what happens is in those courses, the data that they take, that is actually a normalized data. They take the normalized data, which actually assumes all the assumptions of the model and give you the result. Results would be perfect. You are bound to believe that I learned the machine learning. But what actually happens in a company is data is noisy, which does not obeys any distribution. You have to actually do a lot of work in making that data useful. So automatically the way you learned things won't apply. So it's always better if you go to open source and use university resources than falling into trap of this expensive, because since machine learning is quite popular these days, that is very obvious. So has the educational technology taken on to these courses, and they are making money out of it. So it's their work. If you want to become a serious and a knowledgeable data scientist, the one who would be valued by the company, then you have to make your own course and understanding things in detail, and which is not possible for any course to explain in a limited amount of time, because the concepts here not only are related to maths, statistics, programming. There are various disciplines combined.
Yes, adding one more point, Vishaka. So let me tell you my experiences. So whenever we, conduct an interview of a candidate, we never, see whether he has done a MSc in data science or the some other candidate didn't do any MSc in the data. We never see these kind of stuff. We just, take give the real life problem to the the final candidate and try to see that how mathematically they are trying to approach the problem, or and we also try to check that how much in-depth knowledge he has. If I give some data set, so how he can model it in a proper way. So if you talk about this Flipkart and Google, how they conduct their interview, they give the the one laptop and the data. In a first round of interview, they ask candidate to do some feature engineering, which can be used further in a machine learning part. So So I would suggest, don't waste your money to do some coaching and all. The whatever they will teach you in the coaching, you will find everything in the kaggle.com, which I have showed you. Everything will be available in the kaggle.com. Even you will sometime I found it that they just copy and paste the content of kaggle.com to teach the candidates. So don't waste your money to do uh, coaching and all. Be deterministic, and gradually you will improve yourself. One more thing I will add, I personally have conducted a lot of interview and taken the one basic mistake which I found in the students. They want to talk about this algorithm part, machine learning algos. They just want to they don't want to understand the how the mathematics which is running at the back end. They just want to somehow copy and paste the different sort of APIs from the internet and try to run it. So I would recommend, don't do this, because your interview will be based on your knowledge. What you have, what even you if you telling me the simple arima model, statistical model, I will rarely ask you to write some code. I will ask you the conceptual thing, that what is the arima, what is the limitation, is there any stationary way, how do you find that there is any stationary wave is there, what is the test statistical test you can do to find out these things. These are the sort of questions which a good interviewer expect from the candidate. That, so this is what my suggestion. My
Ma'am, Anushya ma'am. Anushya ma'am. Rashmi, Anushya Rashmi ma'am. ஓகேங்க சார். அப்படிங்களா? சரிங்க. ஓகேங்க. ஓகே. Sorry. Sanjay sir?
Yes, so
Sir, you continue some. His time is there. If you possible
yes,
to. Okay.
no, it
Generally.
would be very good if students could ask about their future plan, or going into data scientist, or maybe some future study. So that would be a good point to answer.
So any other questions from audiences apart from job, or any other conceptual the understanding you want to have? So whatever we are told, it is from the industrial background. Even if you, it is my, I have seen even in the PhD, the lot of people are nowadays doing the PhD in the machine learning. Even if you learn this conceptual things and the machine learning modeling part, it will give you a good exposure in the research domain as well.
Yes, there are a lot of papers written for improving the machine learning algorithms, their performance, and their precision. So it has become an active area, and it's equally important for the industry as well as the academia.
So one question I think someone has asked, how about the future of statistics in abroad? So as I mentioned, Indians are known for their good mathematics. If you are from the India, the people assume that you are good at the math. As a statistician, you can join a two type job. One is a what we call the data analyst job. Sometimes this job is called as a business analyst, where you have some sort of data and you have to uh, build some sort of reports to get an insight of out of it. So let's say you have some raw data and you want, or let's say you are an automobile company. Okay, you are working in an automobile company, and your manager is asking you to that just statistically calculate that how much automobile I need to produce in a coming months. So how you will do? So now it is a statistician or the the mathematician job to analyze the data closely and forecast the the inventory which automobile company should have. So there, the two jobs are available in the market, and even in the broad as well, you will find the business analyst, which is also called the data analyst, and the data scientist jobs are there. But for both of these jobs, you should have a hands-on experience of one of the programming language. It can be either a Python or R. And sometimes I see that the people also use the Excel macros to analyze the data. But it is good to have a the programming experience. It will increase your probability of getting a job. Okay, now the last question after. So okay, once you complete the doctorate in the computer science, so I'm assuming that you will have a good hands-on experience in the what we call the programming data structure and the the databases and all these things you already know. This is what I am assuming. So now the next task is to build a the mathematical skills and the mathematical modeling skills. So you can what I would suggest, you can go this Kaggle side, or you can do some open source codes which was built or served by the different foreign universities, Stanford and MIT, which is especially on the machine learning part. You can do this. Even NPTEL portal also have a very good tutorial which you can use to improve your mathematical and the machine learning skills. And what? So certification, actually personally I don't believe in the certification part. But what happened that if you are targeting some the company, like some client base or service based company, you want to work, like Wipro, Infosys, Accenture, then I think the certification do a crucial role. But if you want to target some product based company like the Google, Microsoft, Flipkart, big company like this, so I don't think the certification will give you a much benefit. Ultimately, your whether you are selected or not selected depends on your interview. But yeah, it is good to have a certificate. At least it will give you another boost and the confidence as well. Okay, we're with a training material about R and Python. I think the R and Python, R is the one of the most oldest mathematical language. Even when I was in a IIT, even at that time I used to work on R, and I remember I built a ARMA model through the R. I think the online lot of online resources are available on R as well as in the Python, because these are the two most popular language, mathematician language available in the market. I don't think, if even if you want me to share some good resources, I'll after this session I'll share share some resources with you.
Uh, on this searching part, I would like to say something. So what happens is, as I already stressed before, that this AI and machine learning is a booming industry. So when we search anything, so by default, the results that come, it's based on the search engine optimization. It is not on the basis of how resourceful those things are. And since there are companies which are specifically on this track, which develops courses for in this area, so you most probably land up to those sites and ultimately feel that I need to pursue this in order to become. So that should not be the case. There are actually good people who contribute freely, and they have very good resources, tutorials, and in nowadays you can, even with your Google account, you can have a Google. There's a feature called Google Colab, where Colab is just a IPython notebook which runs on the computer online in your browser. You don't need to install Python libraries or anything. So the only thing is you need to explore them, and once you get the right resources, then you need to consume them fully. For example, I have shared one resource for Python training for Python. So there are very good tutorials from fundamentals to advanced. So this would be very good for people who have started or who have basic knowledge. And so in this way you can go ahead.
I have shared another link in which there are a lot of the courses available freely available over the internet. Okay, so those who who is find some difficulty to understand the Python, there are one course on a Python language. The if you do the all courses given in the link, you will have a basic understanding of the machine learning and the prerequisite of the machine learning. Even you can also get some exposure about the data analysis part, that how the different data analyst or the business analyst analyze the data. So you can refer the link which I have shared just now. Okay. So any other question? We wind up this session now.
I think a lot of PG students is there, UG level students is there. So interact with the industrial persons is given lot of latest questions explaining that. Participants is, I think both are industrial expert.
No issues, sir. We have already shared our email ID and LinkedIn, so
Okay, sir.
we will be available. That's not.
Yeah, you can feel free to contact us if you face any difficulty or want to have some guidance. We definitely come back to you. Maybe our response may be delayed, but definitely we will answer your queries.
Sure, sir, definitely. No more questions. Sir, some people is post to chat
Uh,
box.
Yes, yes.
LinkedIn profile.
LinkedIn profile. Okay.
Actually, this is not our area.
So, ma'am, what's the ma'am is? Ma'am is asking any questions? Post.
For
What's the ma'am's
ML,
hand raising? Ma'am, Asha ma'am, raise the hand.
so there is one question here for searching research papers on ML. This is pretty easy. You can go to Google Scholar, or you can go to Springer, or you can go to IEEE also, if that research paper is available for free. Mostly for university students and faculty, they are free. You can easily assess paper from there. In fact, it would be good if you read review papers in the beginning. So the review papers, they detail on the algorithms and would build more knowledge rather than going on to specific papers.
Yes, yes, yes. So you can narrow down your problem. You better be focus on either on the NLP part or this computer vision part. Right now there are two branches in which people are very extensively doing the research. Not two, three research areas. And the most of the jobs are available in the NLP side. NLP is natural language processing. Computer vision has a lesser number of jobs, but it is also some sort of job to be available in the market. And another research area where people are doing very extensive research, even in India and outside, are the reinforcement learning.
Yes.
And it is the currently in hot topic.
Yes.
So you can narrow down your problem. You can choose either of the branches. Then you will start reading the research paper. Okay, we have already told, the engineering doesn't matter that whether you are a civil engineer, food engineer, and the mechanical engineer. It is the things which does matter is eager to learn. If you want to learn, you can mold your career to a data scientist. Even I have seen a lot of IT engineers are not from computer science. They are from some different streams because they want to pursue their career as a developer or the programmer. They just mold everything accordingly.
One interesting paper which I remember, there was a paper that I read which utilizes LSTM based modeling to predict the wear of a tool. The ones we use in manufacturing process for turning and for cutting pipes and all. We use a tool which goes and which removes the excess metal and makes it good for use. So for its wear and tear was modeled using a LSTM network. So applications are diverse and it could be applied. And one of the latest, if you can see, there's a company called DeepMind, which is financed by Google, and its objective is to develop reinforcement learning based systems which could solve real world problems. So in the year 2019 or 20, they have actually defeated the rank 1 player in Go. Go is a Chinese game, board game, which has the highest level of difficulty, which is very much difficult than chess. And the number of moves and state space variables, they are very high in Go. So usually Go has tournaments, and there are players who are ranked from 1 to whatever rank they have. So this DeepMind made a reinforcement learning based model which actually beat the rank 1 player of Go. And there's also a very good documentary about it. You can search it. So the applications are diverse.
So, any other point, or shall we wind up this session?
Your participation, any query? Sanjay sir, Ashish sir, any more telling that?
No, I have shared the link of that documentary,
Okay,
so
okay.
people
Yes,
can watch it.
both are proof for IIT alumni. Once again, they given the immediate link and URL sites.
Sir, if no more questions, then
Yeah, I post
I
end of the
think
session, ma'am. Attendance and feedback. Wait, ma'am, please, ma'am. Okay. I know my personal thanks to both of IIT alumni, Sanjay Nirmals. Sanjay Nirmal is background of B.Tech in mechanical engineering. And also Ashish Kumar sir is back of in M.Tech in integrated of course industrial and mathematical applications. Both are came from IIT alumni, so on lot of industrial experience. That is the you are very interesting upside. And both are immediately accepting the carpet peoples. My accepting the invitation. I send them orally. I send discuss with the phone. So Sanjay sir and Ashish sir is both of immediately accepting my invitations. So nice interaction today is very budding of UGPG scholars is very useful of these sessions. I think uh, any more thing, Sanjay sir and Ashish sir?
No. Even we would like to say thanks.
yes,
You give us a
Uh,
platform to share our thoughts. To the students that we when we were the students, we have a lot of questions in our mind. But
yes,
so
sir,
I
sir.
feel that we should
Yeah.
also share.
I think students are feeling how to asking questions. That is any problem. I don't know, but is what is I don't know.
yes, this online mode of conduction also
Yeah.
asking is a bit difficult than on a physical forum. That is also understandable.
Yes, yes, yes. But it's the national institution students is different perspectives. Statewide students is different perspectives. That is the very. Ma'am, yeah, one of my former colleague is there. I previously worked as assistant professor at the Tamil Nadu Agriculture. Prima, ma'am, is any questions is there? Ma'am, this ma'am is back from computer science background. I don't know. Sir, Sanjay sir, Ashish sir, both of come from video. I take the snapshot of this is the document of section. Both of not I can. Both of sir, Ashish sir, both are come from. This is the government procedures. Okay,
Okay,
thank you,
no
sir.
issue, sir. We can
Uh,
understand.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, both are IIT alumni. They also I am IIT alumni. So we are that using the alumni people is very once again meet. Is I long time I see both of Sanjay and Ashish sir. When I was looking at the PhD time, I saw Sanjay sir and Ashish sir. I again come back this day. So very long time. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Once again, thanks to organizing secretary and the principal investigator of these programs. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you
you,
to
sir.
all of you. Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir.
Thank
Thank you, sir. Okay. Okay. Already I post feedback. Kindly fill the feedback every day sessions. Okay. Yeah, one more information coming of Monday to Friday, every session is afternoon session, sir. Dear participants, 2 to 5. And coming up Saturday 20th and Sunday 21st, morning sessions, 10 to 1.
Hello, excuse me, sir.
Yeah, who is? Tell me, Rinki. Yeah, tell me.
Sir,
Madam,
sir,
tell me,
I
ma'am.
have a question.
Pardon?
Sir, I had filled all my feedback forms with different email ID and joined class with different ID. Is there is any problem?
No problem, no problem. We will check it. Okay? No
Okay, thank
problem,
you, sir.
no problem. No. Where are you from?
हाँ जी sir. Yes, sir.
Where are you from? Where are you from, madam? Where
I
are
am
you
from
from?
Haryana. I am from Haryana, sir.
Okay, okay, okay. Are you statistical background or engineering background? Science background?
Statistics background, sir.
Okay, okay.